Good morning. Welcome to the North American Power Federation and FESUPO Pan American Regional Championships and University Championships for 2021. We're live from Orlando, Florida. We're just about to get the action started here. Our first lifter will be Manuel Francisco from Peru. He's going to start the festivities off with 80 kilos. And he starts off with 3 white lights, good lift. Manuel lifting in the Masters 1 category in 83 weight class. We have an A flight and a B flight. A flight is all 83 kilo lifters, and the B flight is all the 93 kilo lifters today. Marcos Emir from Uruguay is our second lifter. He's moving the bar up to 165 kilos. He's in the open division. Marcus gets himself set up. Drives it up. 3 white lights, good lift for Marcus. Moving on to David from Dominican Republic. He moved the weight up 2.5 kilos to 167.5 kilos. He's also in the open division. David gets the squat command from Robert Massey, our chief referee. 3 white lights, good lift. He's on the board. So our A flight has 11 lifters in it. Next lifter is Alexander from Colombia, 172.5 kilos. He's in the Masters 1 division. Muscles it through and gets it up. 2-1, good lift. Chief referee didn't like the depth. Side referee said it was good. Good lift. Next lifter, we're moving up to 180 kilos. Kevin Steiger from Canada. He's also in the Masters 1 division.
Riding down the highway, going to the Powerlifting show. Bars ready. Kevin Steiger from Canada. Going to the show. Stopping on the byways.
Gets the rack command. 3 white lights, good lift. He's on the board. Brian Vargas from Costa Rica. He's in the Junior and University Classic. He's opening up at 190 kilos. So this is the inaugural University Championships for our region.
Fans in the audience who like Pete Townsend, Roger Goldtree, John Keith Boone, and John Entwistle. Thank you.
Takes it down, drives it up nice and easy. And 2-1 again. Center referee did not like the depth on that. Side referees gave it to him. He's on the board, 190 kilos for Byron. Kevin Min from Canada lifts the weight up to 207.5 kilos. He's in the Junior and University Classic also. It's off center and kind of looks bad. Three white lights, good lift for Kevin. Juan Albin from Uruguay. He's going to move the weight up to 217.5 kilos. He's in the Junior and University Classic also. Have a good turnout in the University Classic here in this weight class. Nice and smooth. Brings it back to the rack. And three white lights is his reward. Good lift on the board, 217.5 kilos for Juan. Jumping up to 225 kilos, Diego Ramirez from Mexico. He is in the open division. They had a short little... He's on the clock. Still have 30 seconds left. Haven't seen him yet. Get yourself... They said that he got that started before. That is cutting it as close as you possibly can to timing out. But he's on the board. So when you come here to lift, you got to be diligent and be ready when the bar's called ready for you. So Ronald Williams from Costa Rica, moving the weight up to 232.5 kilos. He's also in the open division. Ronald is an attorney by trade. Makes easy work of that. And 3 white lights. He is on the board first round. Now we jump the weight up to our final lifter for the first round squats. 265 kilos for Canada's Nick Manders. Nick is in the Junior and University Classic. Says his personal best is 260 kilos. He's opening 5 kilos above what we have recorded as his personal best. Powers that through, gets it up, back into the rack, and they say no on depth. So 2-1, no lift, called depth. So I'll have to recycle that and try that again. So we're going to move up to the top of the order again, second round squats. Manuel Francisco moving up to 90 kilos. He's in the Masters 1 division. Was successful at 80 kilos. Moved it up 10 kilos for his second lift. And Manuel successful again. 3 white lights. Move the weight to 175 kilos. Alexander Balalis from Colombia. He's also in the Masters 1 division. So Alexander was successful on his first lift at 172.5 kilos. He got the minimum increase of 2.5 kilos, and he's muscling this up. Fights it up to lockout. Slow and steady, kept that bar moving. And it's rewarded by 3 white lights. Good lift. What a battle there, Alexander. Folded himself in half and fought that all the way through. So we're going to keep the weight the same. Marcos Amir for Uruguay. He's in the open division. Was successful at 165 kilos, increasing by 10 kilos from his opener. Marcus, a PhD student. Takes it down. Good speed all the way up. Rack command and 3 white lights. Good lift. Gonna keep the weight the same again. David Malata from the Dominican Republic. He's in the open division. Successful on his first lift at 167.5 kilos. David has 4 years of competitive experience under his belt, 27 years old. Drops that down, back up with good speed, and successful. 3 white lights. Moves on to his third lift. Kevin Steger from Canada will be our next lifter. He's going to move the bar up to 190 kilos, was successful at 180 kilos. He's in the Masters 1 division. Kevin's been competing for 5 years and is a trainer. Get that bar locked into his back. Grinds it in there. Getting that very low bar lifting style. Takes it down, muscles it up. 2-1 with a yellow light on the head referee, which I'm not sure what that was, if he started to beat the command from the chief referee or if he took a step early. But it was a successful lift. Byron Vargas from Costa Rica is our next lifter, moving it up to 200 kilos, was successful on his opener at 190 kilos. It's a junior and University Classic lifter. Byron's 21 years old, been lifting competitively for 3 years. 2-time national Costa Rican champion. Muscles that through and up. 3 whites, good lift. He's 2 for 2. Takes it down and just keeps that speed going. 217.5 kilos. We're moving the bar up to Kevin Min, Canada. Successful in his opener, 207.5 kilos, 10 kilo increase. He's in the junior and University Classic. Kevin, 22 years old, 4 years lifting experience competitively, and he's a medical student. Nice and smooth, gets the rack command. 3 white lights, good lift. Jumping the bar 10 kilos, 227.5 kilos. Uruguay's Juan Albin. Juan was successful on his opener at 217.5 kilos. He's lifting in the junior and University Classic division. Two to one, good lift. Chief referee didn't like the depth. Side referees were good with it. He is 2 for 2. Diego Ramirez from Mexico is the next lifter. He opened at 225. Moving it up to 235. He was successful on his opener. So he's doing a 10 kilo increase. He's in the open division. Diego's an electrical designer, powerlifting coach as a hobby, and likes to play guitar. On the first lift, he just got it in under the clock. He almost timed out. He was waiting until there was about 15 seconds on the clock before he came out of the curtain. This time he got out a little bit earlier. Nope, couldn't quite get that up. So no lift for Diego's second attempt. He was successful on his first attempt. So we'll see what he does for his third. And we're going to move the bar up to 245 kilos. Ronald Williams from Costa Rica, who was successful at 232.5 kilos on his opening attempt. He's lifting in the open division of the 83 kilo class. Ronald, 29 years old. Takes it down nice and smooth back up. Solid lift. Referees say good lift, 3 white lights. Nick Manders, he's from Canada. He was unsuccessful on his opening attempt at 265 kilos. The referee said he did not make depth. So he's going to retake that weight, 265 kilos. He's lifting in the Classic Junior and University Cup divisions. Nick's 21 years old. Nick gets himself set up, see if he can make a couple adjustments for this second round attempt. Oh no, that was a little bit hard. So no lift. So he's going to have to make some corrections, come out for that third attempt, and try to get that thing on the board. Once you put in a number, you cannot lower it in the squats. So if your first attempt is 265 kilos, you can't go, that's too heavy for me, and drop the weight. It can only go up. So we're back up to the top of the order for our A flight. Manuel Francisco from Peru, successful on his first 2 attempts. Now he's up to 100 kilos. He's in the Masters 1 division. Manuel's 43 years old. Says he enjoys motorcycles. Nice and smooth up to lockout. Gets the rack command 3 white lights. He's 3 for 3 on the day, Manuel. Alexander Avila. He's in our Masters 1 division, also from Colombia. He was successful on his first 2 lifts. He's doing a 2.5 kilo increase over his second attempt, which he was really looked like he was close to his top end of strength there. So he increased it to 177.5 kilos. That's the minimum increase that you can take, 2.5 kilos in between attempts. So he opened up at 172.5 kilos, was successful, moved it up 2.5 kilos to 175, and now he's moved it up to 177.5. Takes it down, muscling it up, keeps fighting it, keeps fighting, bar keeps moving, and he is back in the rack. And he is rewarded 3 white lights, good lift, 2.5 kilos onto his total. David Malata from Dominican Republic is the next lifter. 182.5 kilos on the bar. He's in the open division. Successful on his first 2 attempts. Doing a 7.5 kilo over his second attempt. So this will tie his best competitive squat at 182.5 kilos for David. Drives it up, locks it out, gets the rack command, and he's 3 for 3 on the day. 3 white lights. Bars called ready for Marcos Amir, Uruguay. Marcos 2 for 2, moving the bar up to 187.5 kilos. Marcos in the open division. Fighting it. Nope, not quite there. So 2 out of 3 in the squats from Marcus. He'll carry 175 kilos forward in his championship total. Kevin Steiger from Canada. He's moving the weight up to 195 kilos. Successful at 190 kilos in his second attempt. Kevin in the Masters 1 division.
Here comes the Canadian with 195 kilos.
Kevin has a extremely low bar lock-in on his squatting style. Drops it down, drives it up. Good lift, 3 white lights. He is 3 for 3, Kevin. Moved to Costa Rica's Byron Vargas. Successful at 200 kilos, jumping it up 10 kilos to 210 kilos. Byron lifting in the Junior Classic, or Pan American Classic Junior, and the University Classic. Drives it up, battling. Nice job. Let's see what the referees call. 3 white lights, good lift. Rewarding that battle. So Byron 3 for 3 on the squats today. Gonna move it to 227.5 kilo for Canada's Kevin Min. Kevin lifting in the Pan American Classic Junior and the University Classic. Kevin successful on his first 2 attempts. Kevin, 22 years old, says one of his things that he does is he's a cellist. Likes playing music. Makes easy work of that weight. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. 3 for 3 for Kevin. Congratulations. So Diego Ramirez from Mexico. He was successful on his opener, 225 kilos. He was unsuccessful on his second attempt. He's going to retake that same weight at 235 kilos for his third attempt. He's in the open division.
Ramirez. Come on now with this.
See what kind of adjustments he made and try to get this thing up. Battling it. Gets the rack command. Let's see what the referees say. No lift. Depth. He didn't like the depth, 2-1. So he'll carry forward 225 kilos in his championship total. He is lifting in the open division. So Juan Alvin from Uruguay. He's moving the bar up to 240 kilos. He was successful on his 2 previous attempts. He already has 227.5 in the bank. Juan lifting in the Pan American Classic Junior and University Classic. Smoothly up to lockout. 3 white lights. He's 3 for 3 on the day. Moving the bar to 255 kilos. Ronald Williams from Costa Rica. Ronald Williams successful on his first 2 attempts. Already has 245 for his second attempt. So successful. He's lifting in the open division. Gets the squat command. Takes it up, locks it out. 3 white lights, 3 for 3 on the day for Ronald Williams, Costa Rica. So Canada's Nick Manders. He was unsuccessful on his first 2 attempts at 265 kilos. He needs this squat to stay in the meet. See if he made any changes to get this bar to move. Some cheers of encouragement from the crowd. Takes it down. He's keeping it moving. Gets it up. Waiting for one referee to lock in his light. There it goes. No lift. It didn't hit depth. So unfortunately, Nick will not get a championship total for this meet. He will be able to continue along and do his bench and deadlift, but he will not get that championship total. So we're going to move right into our B flight, which is our 93 kilos division. We're going to start off in the Masters 1. Jose Ricardo Rodriguez from Peru is going to open us up at 177.5 kilos. Takes it down, good speed up, good depth, 3 white lights, he's on the board. So our next 2 lifters are in the Masters 2 Classic division. Andreas from Peru, going to open up at 200 kilos.
Bars ready, 200 kilos, Peru. Andres Enrique Albornoz Tinoco.
Andres, 55 years old, been competitively lifting for 10 years. He's a national police officer in Peru. Fights that up to lockout. Gets it back in the rack, and 2-1, good lift. Successful at 200 kilos. Also in our Masters 2 division, Nicholas from Uruguay will be opening up at 205 kilos. So Nicholas, 53 years old, been competing 16 years, competitive lifting. Makes easy work of that. Good lift, 3 white lights. Move to the open division. 210 kilos on the bar. Costa Rica's Giancarlo Avea. Locks that out. See what the referees say. No lift. 2-1 on depth. 2 reds and a white. They have to make adjustments, get that depth a little lower, and retry it again. Walter Maleres from Colombia will be the next lifter. He's moved the bar up 5 kilos to 215 kilos. He's in the open division also. 93 kilo class is B flight. So we have 13 lifters in this B flight, 11 in the A flight. Got his sight going there. Muscles it up. Gets it back in the rack, and 3 white lights successful. 215 kilos for Walter. Staying in the open division, 217.5 kilos. That'll be Kevin Garcia from Puerto Rico. Kevin, just 22 years old. He's been competing competitively for 3 years. Drops that down, brings it up. Looked more like an opener. And 3 white lights, he's on the board. Staying in the 93 kilo open class, 220 kilos they're going to put on the bar for the Virgin Islands, Todman Stefan. You got to adjust the stanchions. Sure if they got one stuck in the wrong position. So you can request the stanchions in, and you can set it up however you want to make it optimal for your lifting. So you can have both of them in, you can have one of them in, you can have them both out. It's your choice. Again, you have only 1 minute from the time the bar is called ready to get the start command. He's down to 5 seconds. So you got the start command with 3 seconds left on that. Nice and smooth through that lift. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. So to our Masters 2 division, Jeff Butt from Canada. He's opening at 235 kilos. Jeff, 51 years old, Masters 2 lifter, been competing for just a little while, 28 years. 15-time Canadian national champion. Nice and smooth into the rack, and 3 white lights. Jeff's on the board. Moses Guerrero from Costa Rica, same weight, 235 kilos. He's in the open division. Moses, 31 years old. 3 years of competitive experience. He's personal trainer. Drives it up, locks it out. Let's see what the referees say. No lift, 2-1. Not deep enough. So those were red lights. When you have the red lights with the number 1 red, that's depth and squat. So he needs to take it a little lower, redo it again. So we're moving the bar to 240 kilos for Guyana's Wazim Mohammed. He's in the open division. Wazim's 37 years old, and he's a diver. Been competing competitively for 3 years. Oh! Struggled there at the bottom, couldn't quite get it moving again. So I'll have to reset, try that again. So we're going to add 2.5 kilos to the bar. 242.5 kilos for Canada's TJ Gear. TJ's 31 years old. He owns a gym up in Canada. He's been competitively lifting for 6 years. Smoothly through that lift. And the referees give him 3 white lights. Good lift. He's on the board. So we're going to add another 2.5 kilos to the bar, 245 kilos for Abraham Miguel from the Dominican Republic. Abraham's lifting in the open division of the 93 kilo class. Abraham competing for 4 years competitively, 28 years old. Gets the squat command from chief referee. Parries that down. Lots of speed on the way up with that. 3 white lights, good lift. So we're going to add 45 kilos to the bar. Move it up to 290 kilos. Guyana's Carlos Pedersen Griffith. He's going to open up at 290 kilos in the open 93 kilo class. This is a little over 3 times his body weight, 3.14 times his body weight. So he's just below 640 pounds as a raw opener. Takes it down, nice and smooth. Gets the rack command, and he is on the board with 3 white lights. So we're back to the top of the order. Jose Rodriguez from Peru. He's going to increase his second attempt to 200 kilos. He was successful on his first attempt. Carlos in our Masters 1 division. Jose has been competitively lifting for 8 years, 46 years old in the Masters 1 division. Nice and smoothly up the lockout. Waiting for one of the referees to lock in his decision. There it goes. 3 white lights, successful lift for Jose. He's 2 for 2 on the day. Giancarlo Avila from Costa Rica. He was unsuccessful on his opening attempt. He's going to retake 210 kilos. Try this again. He's competing in the open 93 kilo division. We had the wrong lifter come to the platform. When 2 competitors or more have the same weight, then the assigned order goes by the lot number they're assigned randomly at the beginning of the championships. So sometimes the lifters get confused on who's coming out next. And so the Peruvian lifter came out to the platform when the Costa Rican lifter was supposed to be coming out. So they reset the time clock and switched things up, and we have the proper lifter out on the platform now. Good job, technical control. And he's got 3 white lights, good lift. So he made the adjustments after missing his opening attempt and got it on the second try. So we're going to keep the weight the same. Andreas Albornoz from Peru, who you just saw a few minutes ago come out on the platform. Now it's his turn. He was successful on his opening attempt, 200 kilos. Moved the bar up to 210 kilos for his second attempt. He's a Masters 2 lifter. Gets himself set up. Muscling it. No, not quite there. He'll have to reset and retry that for a third attempt. He already was successful on his opening attempt, so he is on the board with 200 kilos. He failed. So we're moving the bar up to 220 kilos. Nicholas Uronesta from Uruguay. He's in the Masters 2 division. Was successful on his opener, 205 kilos. Nicholas has lots of lifting experience, doing a 15 kilo increase from his opener to his second attempt. Oh, not quite there. He'll have to reset and try again on his third attempt. We'll move back to our open division. Colombia's Walter Milares Rodriguez. He's successful at 215 kilos. Going to move it up to 222.5 kilos. Definitely psyched up and ready to go. Takes it down, muscling it through. Gets it up to lockout. And that is a 3 white good lift. Nice, all the way through up to lockout. Kelvin Garcia from Puerto Rico, successful on his opening attempt, moving the bar up to 227.5 kilos, hair over 500 pounds. Kelvin, I believe, is the current 93 kilo open national champion in Puerto Rico. Takes it down smoothly up to lockout. Made that look easy. And that's 3 white lights. So he's 2 for 2 on the day. Toadman Stefan from the U.S. Virgin Islands, successful at 220 kilos. Jumping the weight up to 237.5 kilos. He's in the open division. Slides those hands out to the max width out by the collars. Gets himself set up. Drops it down, slow and smooth up to lockout. See what the referees say. 2-1, good lift. One referee didn't like the depth. The other 2 said it was good. So he's on the board at 237.5 kilos, increasing from his opener, which was 220. 2 for 2. Wazam Muhammad from Guyana. He was unsuccessful on his opening attempt at 240 kilos. He's going to reattempt that weight. He's in our Masters 2 division. Oh, I'm sorry, he's in the open division, excuse me. See how he made his adjustments to try to get this weight down and up. Takes it down, driving it, gets it up to lockout. There you go. And they say 3 white lights. Made those adjustments, got the weight on the board.
Nice one. This is a Pan-American attempt, Masters 2.
So now we have Jeff Butt from Canada, who's going to chip the weight. He's going to increase the bar up to 248 kilos. It's a Masters 2 division, Pan-American record for the squat. He was successful at 235 kilos, increasing it up to the record level of 248. Drives it up smoothly to the top. And the referees say 2-1, good lift. New Pan American record for Jeff Butt. Still 1 attempt to go. Jeff takes it down, drives it up to lockout. and a Pan American record. So now we're going to 250 kilos. Moses Guerrero, Costa Rica. He was unsuccessful on his opener of 235 kilos. Did a 15 kilo increase to 250 kilos. Even though he was unsuccessful on his first one, he wants to stick with his plan that he had before this meet started. And so he's jumping it up. He takes it down, fights it up, gets it to lockout. See what the referees say. No, it didn't hit depth. He's got to recycle, get that thing dropped down lower to get those white lights. He's going to have to do some serious adjusting now after he put an extra 15 kilos on the bar. So now we're going to TJ Gear from Canada. Successful on his opener, moving it up 10 kilos to 252.5 kilos from his opener. He's in the open division. Drives it up. No lift. Didn't like the depth. 2-1. So no lift there. So he's successful on his opener. He's going to get a third chance. Didn't look like it was a strength problem, so he should be able to reset and do that again. Abraham Miguel, Dominican Republic, successful 245 kilos on his opener. Second attempt moved his weight up to 260 kilos in the 93 kilo open division. Gets himself set up. Takes that down smoothly to the top. Back in the rack. 3 white lights. 2 for 2 on the day. We're going to add 55 kilos to the bar, up to 315 kilos for Carlos Pedersen Griffith, Guyana. He was successful at 290 kilos, made easy work of that one. So bar's ready for him. This is a 695-pound attempt here, 315 kilos. Just a few pounds under that magical 700-pound barrier. Takes it down nice and slow. Muscles it up, back to lockout. Gets the rack command. 3 white lights, good lift, 2 for 2.
Yes. Guyana is in the house.
315 kilos, 695 pounds. Second attempt successful for Carlos Pedersen Griffith. So we're going up to our B flight third squat attempts. So Andreas Abaros from Peru. Was successful on his opener at 200 kilos. Missed his second attempt at 210. Is going to retake 210. Andreas in the Masters 2 division. Takes it down, muscles it, not quite there. Had, I believe, 10 kilos above his personal competitive best, so he's trying to break his own personal best there. So Jose Rodriguez from Peru, he's going to 212.5 kilos. He's in the Masters 1 division. He was successful on his first 2 attempts, so he's already got 200 kilos in the bank. Jose, 46 years old, Masters 1 lifter. Our Masters divisions, Masters 1, 40 to 49, Masters 2, 50, 59, Masters 3, 60, 69, and Masters 4, anything older than that. Gets himself set up. Muscles it up, gets it through, and up to lockout. And a good lift, 2 to 1. 3 for 3 on the day for Jose. Nicolas Uroste, Uruguay, 220 kilos on the bar. He missed it on his second attempt. He was successful on his opener, so he's got 205 in the bank. Trying 220 kilos. Wasn't quite there on his second attempt. See if he can make some adjustments and get this thing to go. Nicholas has lots of competitive experience, over 16 years. So this is 5 kilos more than his competitive personal best in the squat. Yep, not there today. Looked like he strained something in his leg. Good job, spotters and loaders, to get that thing back into the rack. So he's back up and moving over to the side. Spotter and the loaders did a great job of getting that thing up and into the rack. So they're going to reset the bar, unload it, move it up to where it's supposed to be on the rack, reload it up. They're going to reload it up with 225 kilos. For Gio Carlos Avila from Costa Rica, he was successful on his second attempt at 210 kilos. Going to move it up to 225 for his final squat attempt. He's in the open division of the 93 kilo class. Been competitively powerlifting for 2 years. They got that loaded up pretty quick, and bars called ready. Takes that down, fighting it, gets it up took a little step there. Let's see if the referees caught that. Yep, can't move your feet before the rack command. And he took a step right before he got to the top. You can see it right there. So no lift. Unfortunately, he powered that up, had the strength. Couldn't keep the balance though. So he'll carry forward 210 kilos and stay in this championship. We're going to move up to 230 kilos. Walter Rodriguez from Colombia, successful on his previous 2 attempts. Already has 222.5 kilos in the bank for this championship. He's in the open division. Definitely enthusiastic, got his psych on. Fighting it up, keeps it moving. No, not quite there. So he's 2 out of 3 in the squat, carrying forward 222.5. Kelvin Garcia, Puerto Rico. He's going to move his weight up to 240 kilos. Was successful on his first 2 attempts. Already has 227.5 kilos in his account. It's a hair over 500 pounds. Moving it up to 240 kilos. He's lifting in the open division. Trying to go 3 for 3 here in the squat. Kelvin just 22 years old. He's in the open division. Gets the squat command. Takes it down. Muscles it solidly through. Good looking lift. Referees say 3 white lights. He's 3 for 3 on the day. 240 kilos in the bank. Toddman Steffen from the U.S. Virgin Islands, also successful on his first 2 attempts. He's got 237.5 kilos as his second attempt, which was successful. Moving it up to 242.5 for his 3rd attempt. He's in the open division. Got those stanchions in, goes and gets a wide grip all the way out to the collars once he gets that thing off the rack. No, not quite there. Looks like he got some kind of stitch in his side there. If you can, unless you're physically hurt, try to stay with that bar. Help those spotters, loaders get that thing back into the rack. They're there for your safety. If you're unable to, then you can get out from underneath it, but don't do it unless you are physically unable to stay with that bar. So Toddman Steffen carried 237.5 kilos back, or carried forward into his championship total. Moses Guerrero from Costa Rica is the next lifter. He needs to get this to stay in the championship. He missed his opener at 235. Second attempt moved it up to 250 kilos. Didn't hit depth. And now he's having to redo it at a heavier weight, 250 kilos. He needs this to stay in the championship. Crowd. Oh, he hit depth that time, but unfortunately couldn't get it up to the top. So Moses will not be able to total a championship total, as he was unsuccessful on all 3 of his squats. But he will be able to continue and do the bench and the deadlift going forward. He just won't get a championship total. So now we move to Canada's TJ Gear. TJ successful on his opener, 242.5. Missed 252.5 on his second, and he's going to retake that weight for his third attempt. TJ in the open division. Smoothly down, smoothly up. And 3 white lights. Good lift. He made those adjustments he needed, got that weight on the board. Nice and smooth, right through that sticking point, locking it out. So now we're moving to 255 kilos. Wazim Muhammad, Guyana, missed his opener, retook his opener, was successful 240 kilos. Now he did a 15 kilo increase up to 255 kilos. He's lifting in the open division. Takes it down. No, not quite going to be there today. They get it back in the rack. And he'll carry 240 kilos into the championship total. He was successful on his second attempt. So Jeff Butt from Canada, Masters 2 lifter. He just broke the Pan American squat record at 248 kilos on his second attempt. Now he's moving up to 255.5 for an extension of his Pan American squat record. Masters 2 division. He takes it down, drives it up, solid. And the referees say, yeah, we have a problem with one of the lights on one of the referees. Let's see how this works. It'll be a minute. We have a quick technical difficulty. I'm going to call that a good lift. However, I'll let you know when the official lights come on. They have to reset the light control for the right side referee. I apologize for the technical difficulties there. We'll just keep Jeff under a little suspension until we get the lights straightened out. Then there it is. They officially given it to him. 3 white lights. He extends his Pan American squat record up to 255.5. Congratulations, Jeff.
Hit it now! Hit it now! There you go. 2-1, Billy.
Okay, so the official light count was 2-1. 2 whites, 1 red. Still a record. Congratulations, Jeff. Now that we got that straightened out, we're going to move to Abraham Miguel, Dominican Republic. He's 2 for 2 so far. He's moving the bar up to 265 kilos. He's in the open division. Abraham, 28 years old. He's an economist in the Dominican Republic. Gets himself set up. Drops it down. Powers that back up to lockout. Good lift, 3 white lights. Abraham Miguel, 3 for 3, 265 kilos in the bank carrying that forward, his championship total. One lifter left in this squat round for the A and B flights morning session. And we have an impressive 332.5 kilos going on the bar for Carlos Pedersen Griffith from Guyana. He already nailed 315 kilos. So that's 733 pounds on the bar. I think somebody said that he's not going to take this attempt, but we'll see. He's still got 45 seconds to decide that. So he's already successful at 315 kilos, which is 695 pounds, rounded off. So he's got 20 seconds on the clock. I believe he's going to pass this attempt. So once the clock expires, we're going to take a break and set this up for the bench press. We're going to start off with our A flight, which is the 83 kilos lifters. And once the equipment is all set up, we'll be back approximately 10 minutes after they get all the equipment set up for that A flight bench press. So it's timed out. He officially passed that lift. We'll be back shortly after they get set up. So we'll be back to the 83 kilo bench press here shortly. Stay with us. Thank you for tuning in. My son goes, I've seen the Berlin Wall, because they took chunks to his base. They have some chunks of the Berlin Wall on his base.
it's a little bit shocking because he's not the kind of person to talk about it. He doesn't.
You can join me at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm doing cardio every day.
It's just you guys gotta take care of yourself. If you guys have such a big dreams, big things, you gotta prepare yourself. Makes sense. If you're with Juanita, you gotta prepare yourself for her to last with your daughter. You know. So and what I see, the worst of everything is that he's not taking his meds of anything. He told Arian they make me sick.
So you tell the doctor that?
I don't that I'm gonna start going with him because if those medications are to drain the liquid, it makes sense because if it is in your kidney, it's been affecting your kidney functioning. Okay, and you don't take it. It's kind of like okay, eat whatever you want, but at least take your meds because somehow you gotta help yourself. So we'll see. We'll see. He says, Nora, I'm happy. I have plenty life. If I go, I go, I go. I'm not gonna, you know. And I said, but that's not how it is. Because you have people around.
You need him around.
Not only, exactly. For whatever it is, he's the one, the oldest of all of you that have better vision to take this over. And then you guys take it over. Make sense? You can carry it. But in the meantime,
We need him.
you need that liaison with the IPF too. Makes sense strategically. So it's gonna come on, man. Take care of yourself a little bit. Just a bit. That's all. And I think you should have known because, well, you're in this boat with him. Makes sense. Gaston should know.
Gaston doesn't know?
No. He hasn't told by his mouth. Only his sister. Only his sister. And we know because he was crying. He was, I mean, down.
Does Larry know?
I told Larry because with all this bullshit, I said, you know what? Stop this bullshit. In social media, you don't put his name, you don't do anything. You fucking respect. You know why? Because you want every night to be helped. And then you're gonna throw him under the bus in front of everybody. And he said, oh, he's in a very hard situation. I said, no, you are. Not him. He has done no wrong. He has given his life to this. I mean, we have a house because I have pushed and pushed. And when he has a roof under his head, he dropped dead. Make sense?
It's not fair to you either.
No, it's not fair to me either.
That's what I'm going to tell him.
Huh?
That's what I'm tell him.
Yeah.
He needs to do it for him. He needs to do it for you.
And not only, I mean, we're already not that put out because it's part of life. His age. He has his room, I have my room. But come on, man. Don't put me through this because I suffer. I love him. Makes sense. And I'm the one who knows when he can get up out of bed, when I have to put his shoes. You understand? So, and the only reason I want you guys to know, sir.
Got a second. Okay, here.
Huh?
When you get a second, come on.
Yes, sir. I would just want you to know that way when you see him a little bit weak or whatever, say, hey man, go fucking lay down. Or hey man, you took your nap. Or whatever. Because we all have to have eyes. Because if we keep like this, we don't know when the fuck is gonna throw. That's all.
Oh, you just find another and kick me out and drop me like a bad habit. Unbelievable.
Damn straight.
Pretty?
She's way nicer.
Yeah,
A
but
lot prettier.
A lot
No more
prettier. push it through. So basically,
Will it automatically go to a certain point, or do you have to stop it?
It goes back to. It goes back. I think I have it set for like 12 seconds. So if you see something that you want to replay,
You got to do it real quick.
you gotta do it quick. I want to reconfigure your screen to show you so you can see what's on deck.
So you use the backslash and then enter.
So that top right hand corner is the preview.
Okay.
So if I did it right now, it loads the preview.
Spotters and loaders.
I hit enter and push it through. And the preview's always on that one camera.
Okay. Hey, that would push it onto the actual screen. So how long does it take to load?
Oh, it's like 8 So I'm gonna hold this here for a minute. So like, one is that screen. Two.
Well, this is bench, so can you leave it on just the front camera? So I'm going to do a replay. It's going to be from the front camera.
That front angle is.
Oh no, the button leg camera. That's the one I need.
I gotta move that.
Yeah. So it should just leave it on that camera because that's the only replay I would replay.
All right, so camera angle 2 is over the top.
Yeah.
3 is that side, which I only really use for replay.
Yeah.
1 will go to the front camera, but it also pulls out that bottom bar. And once that bottom bar is on, it's gonna stay on. So you can go to different things.
So are you going to move that camera over?
Yeah, I'm going to. If this has been refreshed, 9 will pull up that profile screen.
Oh, I'm not going to get into all that. Just leave it on camera 2 and don't move it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, if I have to get up, I'll.
Well, now it's frozen.
You ready?
So
Referees report to the platform.
there we go. So just leave it. No, put it on the other one. Just leave it there. No, put it on 2. Just leave it there. No, that was 2?
This is 2. 1, 2.
No, 3. Leave it on 3 and just leave it there.
Okay, I could just do it.
Because otherwise my brain's going to be like, ah!
But to get out of the replay, you might have to hit 1, load that, 3 to get load the bottom bar.
Oh.
Alright, you ready to start tapping?
Yes. I don't know if they're ready. Oh, bar's ready, so I guess they're ready. You can go move that camera. Welcome back. We're live starting our A-Flight bench press. Starting off at 80 kilos with Manuel Francisco from Peru. They're readjusting his rack height. Set up wrong. Gets himself set up, ready to go. Nice and easy, smooth through. Nope, he no lift 2-to-1. Red lights for either his rear end or his foot. I didn't quite catch that. He said, chief referee said his rear end came off the bench. So he's going to have to redo that and try it again on the second one. Okay, he beat the press command. So you got to follow the commands. So we're going to move the weight up to 85 kilos. Marcus Amar, Uruguay. Mike, that was so nice. You had it set up to the camera that you were moving. And I went. So I got it set over here anyways. So 85 kilos on his opener. Up, locks it out. 3 white lights, he's on the board. In bench, you got to keep your feet flat on the ground, your rear end in contact with the bench at all time, and your head in contact with the bench at all time. So sometimes you see yellow lights. You get the red lights with a yellow sublight, and that's usually either the rear end, your rear end jumps off, or your feet jump up or slide. So now Alexander Avila, he's from Colombia. He's going to open up at 95 kilos. He's in the Masters 1 division. Gets the press command nice and smooth up. Locks it out. 3 white lights, he's on the board at 95 kilos. David Milladao from Dominican Republic is going to do the same weight. David in the open division of the 83 kilo class. Going to do his own lift off from the rack. Gets the press command up, locks it out. You have to start with straight arms, elbows locked, and finish with straight arms, elbows locked. And that's 3 white lights, good lift, 95 kilos in the bank. Kevin Steiger, Canada, opening with 112.5 kilos. Kevin, a Masters 1 lifter, successful in all 3 of his squat attempts. Gets the handoff, start command. Presses it up smoothly to lockout, and it's back in the rack. 3 white lights. In bench press, you have 3 commands. You get the handoff, so then you get the start command, which you lower to your chest. Once it's steady and motionless, you get the press command. You get it to lock out, and then you get the rack command to bring it back into the rack. 3 commands in bench press. Kevin Min, Canada, going to open at 122.5 kilos. He's in the junior and the University Classic division. Kevin was successful on all 3 of his squat attempts. Gets the handoff. Presses it up to lockout. And 3 white lights. He's on the board with his opener. Another Pan American Classic Junior and University Classic lifter, Byron Vargas from Costa Rica, be opening at 132.5 kilos. Successful on all 3 of his squat attempts also. Bars called ready. Gets set up. Gets that opener. 3 white lights. He's on the board. Continuing with another Pan American Classic Junior and University Classic Division lifter. Juan Albin from Uruguay, opening at 140 kilos.
Albin, 140 kilos.
Juan, just 21 years old, student in the university. Successful 3 white lights. He's 4 for 4 on the day. Now we move to the open division. Ronald Williams, Costa Rica, 145 kilo opener. Bars called ready. Ronald Williams, 29 years old, competitively lifting for 4 years. Locks that out, nice and solid. Good lift, 3 white lights. 4 for 4 for Ronald. Diego Ramirez from Mexico made his opening squat, and he's going to open up his bench at 145 kilos, same weight. Geez, just got that done in time. Bars called ready, he gets himself set up. Diego in the open division. Nice and easy. And that is waiting for one of the lights. There it is, 3 white lights, good lift. So Diego on the board in the bench press. So Nick Manders was unsuccessful on his squat attempts, but he's going to open up his bench at 160, so he won't carry a championship total forward. However, he will be able to lift and get some experience here for the rest of the meet. Looks like he may just have called it a day, and he's just going to let the clock time out to let the other lifters have rests in between their attempts, first, second, and third. It's a courtesy done when there's smaller flights. We have 11 lifters in this flight, so he's just letting everybody have a little more time in between their first attempt, second attempt, third attempt. So he was got 1 white light on that. I'm just joking. They did have to register 3 red lights, and so there's no lift. So I think Nick called it a day. So we're going to move on to Andreas Albazones from Peru. He's going to open up at we're going to go back to the top of the order. So that was the end of this first round lifts for bench press. So the second round lifts are going to start now with Alexander Ovea from Colombia. He's going to move up to 100 kilos. He was successful at 95 kilos on his opener. He's a Masters 1 competitor. So far he's 4 for 4 on the day. Is that press command, locks it out. 3 white lights, good lift. 100 kilos on the board for Alexander. Going to keep the weight the same for Marco Samir, Uruguay. Marcus was successful on his first 2 squat attempts and his first bench attempt. He's keeping it at 100 kilos for his second attempt here. He's in the open 83 kilo class. I'm not sure what happened there. His shoulder or pec didn't feel good. And on the way down, he told her spotters to grab it and rack it. So that's not a good sign. He was successful on his opener, though. So we'll see what happens on his third attempt and deadlift. So now we go Manuel Antonio Francisco from Peru. He missed his 80 kilo opener. He moved it up to 100 kilos here. He's getting called off the platform. I think we had the wrong lifter. Yeah, we had the wrong lifter come out. So it's the Peruvian Manuel Francisco. He's going to come out and attempt 100 kilos. He missed 80 kilos on his opener. He's a Masters 1 lifter. So I believe he jumped the press command on his opener at 80 kilos. And so I think they went and straightened that out and see if they can do 100 kilos here. Oh yeah, nice and easy. And he's on the board with 3 white lights and 100 kilos. David Miladad from Dominican Republic. He's going to try for his second attempt, 102.5 kilos. He's in the open division of the 83 kilo class. Bars called, ready. David, 27 years old, been competitively lifting for 4 years. David's perfect on the day so far, 4 out of 4. Does his own lift off from the rack. Gets himself set. Press command up to lockout. Waiting for 1 light to get set. Hasn't come through yet. There, they finally got it. 3 white lights and a good lift for David. So David stays perfect, 5 for 5 so far. Kevin Steiger from Canada, he's perfect on a day so far. Made his opener 112.5 on the bench. Going to move up to 117.5. Kevin, a Masters 1 lifter. Get himself set up. The press command, fights it, locks it out. Good lift, 3 white lights. Moving up to 130 kilos. Kevin Min, perfect on the day so far, 4 for 4. It's a junior and University Classic class lifter. Bar's called ready.
Bars ready for Kevin Finn. Kevin Finn is a junior lifter, 93 kilo weight class. He's a medical student. He enjoys playing the cello, reading, hiking, and volunteering.
Makes easy work of that. 3 white lights. Good lift for Kevin. See him have that high arch. Short stroke. Boom. In the bank.
Bars ready for
So 140 kilos for Byron Vargas from Costa Rica. Perfect on the day. 4 for 4.
140 kilos, 380.
Pan American Classic Junior, a University Classic competitor. So 2 different competitions going at the same time. Already successful at 132.5 kilos. Attempting 140 kilos here on his second attempt. It's the handoff. Presses it up. Locks it out. And 3 white lights. He stays perfect on the day. So Juan Ignacio Albin from Uruguay. 147.5 kilos is going to go on the bar. Perfect on the day also. Pan American Classic Junior, University Classic divisions. 21 years old. Presses it up, gets through that sticking point, locks it out. 3 white lights, successful lift, stays perfect on the day. Gonna load that bar up to 152.5 kilos for the open division. Diego Ramirez, Mexico. Diego successful on his opening bench, 145. And his first squat, 225. Gets himself settled in there. Gets the handoff. Presses it up. Looks like it's froze. Damn. Froze there for a second on the way up, but he kept it moving, didn't come down, so it's a successful lift. 152.5 kilos successful for Diego. Moving up to 155 kilos, Ronald Williams, Costa Rica. Open division competitor. He's already got 145 kilos from his opening bench, perfect on the day. Smoothly up to lockout. And 3 white lights, he stays perfect on the day. And we're going to load the bar to 160 kilos. Nick Mathers, who passed on his last attempt. Let's see if he passes this one also, or if he actually comes out. We'll find out in a moment. He did not record a successful squat. So it looks like he's going to pass this one also. 23 seconds left on the clock. He's got to wait for it to march down, giving those other lifters just a little bit extra time to rest and recuperate for their third round bench attempts.
Nick has for his hobbies? No. He has no hobbies?
Alexander Avila from Colombia will be starting off our third round attempts.
Not coming out of the platform.
He's perfect on the day. He's going to move his third round bench attempt to 105 kilos.
Neat. I don't know if that's N-E-E-T.
So he's in the Masters 1 division.
Nice would say neat.
And we just had Marcos Amir pass his third bench attempt. He looked like he hurt his pec a little bit when he was on the downward motion of his bench and told the spotters to grab the bar, so it looks like he's calling it a day in bench, see if he comes out for his deadlifts.
Colombia 200.
So Alexander Avila from Colombia is doing his third round bench attempt, 105 kilos, gets himself out there to bench and set up. Alexander fighting that one. It's stuck at the sticking point and just not there. But he's successful on his first two lifts and 5 out of 6 so far today, carrying forward that 100 kilos to his championship total as he moves on to deadlift. So now we move up to 107.5 kilos. David Malata from Dominican Republic, perfect on the day so far. His last second attempt was 102.5. He was successful on.
Come on. Come on.
David's in the open division. The hell? David gets the start command. Drives it up, fighting it, gets it to lockout. 3 white lights, perfect on the day, 6 for 6 for David. Manuel Francisco from Peru is going to raise the bar to 110 kilos. Manuel is in the Masters 1 division. Missed his opener at 80 kilos. Moved the bar up to 100 kilos, was successful. Now he's jumping up 10 kilos to 110. Gets the lift off from the spotter. Presses it up. Gets it to lockout. 3 white lights, good lift. So he's carrying 110 kilos from the bench forward to his championship total. The next 4 lifters are perfect on the day. They're going to try to remain that way. So we start off with, from Canada, Kevin Steiger, 120 kilos. Steiger's Masters 1 lifter, doing a 2.5 kilo increase over his last second attempt. Currently in first place in the Masters 1 division. Gets himself set up. Driving it up. No lift. Couldn't quite get it to lockout. Also looked like his rear end was bouncing on and off the bench. I couldn't quite tell it from the front angle, but doesn't matter. It was a no lift. He goes 5 out of 6 so far. Carries forward 117.5 kilos into his championship totals for deadlift. So Kevin Min up next. Perfect on the day, trying 135 kilos. So the next three competitors are all from the Pan American Classic Junior and University Classic divisions. They're doubling up their fun. Kevin, 22 years old. Wonder if the cello's harder to play with calluses on your hand. Well, I guess you'd have calluses on your fingers. Three white lights, good lift. He stays perfect on the day, Kevin Min. Next lifter, 145 kilos, perfect on the day. Byron Vargas, Costa Rica. 5 kilo increase over his second attempt. Currently in second place in this division. Gets himself set up. Shoulders locked down to that bench. Presses it up, fighting through that sticking point all the way up to lockout. And that is 3 white lights. Good lift. Stays perfect on the day, carrying forward 145 kilos to that championship total. Ready for deadlifts. Moving up 5 kilos to 150 kilos. Uruguay's Juan Albin, perfect on the day. Also in that Pan American Classic Junior and University Classic. Currently in the first place in both those divisions. Trying to make it 6 for 6. Presses it up, gets the lockout, stays perfect on the day. 3 white lights. Juan carries forward 150 kilos for his championship total, going into deadlifts. So now we go to the open division. And Diego Ramirez, Mexico. Diego was successful on his first 2 bench attempts. Got 155 kilos on the bar. Was successful on his first squat attempt, missed his second and third. He almost didn't get his first attempt in. I think there was a quarter second left on the clock when they gave him his start command. Drives it up. Nope, not there. So he's 2 out of 3 on bench, carrying forward 152.5 kilos to his championship total. So he's survived and he moves on to deadlift. And he's, I believe, in first place in the open division going forward. So we're going to, Nick Mathers, we're going to load up his weight and let the clock run out. And then we're going to move into our B flight. Or no, excuse me, we're not. We got one more lifter after that. We got Ron Williams from Costa Rica, who's going to move the bar up to 162.5 kilos in the open division. So excuse me, I'm off by 1. And Nick, I'm sorry. My computer's reloading for the orders here. Ronald Williams is in first place for the open 83 kilo class. Diego Ramirez is in second place, currently going through the bench. So Ronald will have one more attempt to add to that total. So here we go. Going to load that bar up to 162.5 kilos for Ronald Williams. Bars called ready.
Williams. 162 and a half on the bar, Costa Rica.
Gets the press command. Locks it out. 3 white lights. And he carries forward 162.5 kilos for his bench press towards championship total. And he's currently in first place in that division. We're going to move straight into our B flight, which is the 93 kilo classes. The bar's going to load up at 100 kilos for Andres Albons from Peru. Andres in the Masters 2 division. He was successful on his first squat attempt at 200 kilos. Andres has 30 seconds left on the clock, 25 seconds left on the clock, get himself set up. Sometimes there's a little confusion trying to go in between A and B flights, but he's out there in time, gets it moving, and he's on the board. 3 white lights, successful. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 white lights, and somebody didn't like this lockout or said up and down on the bar. But he's successful at 100 kilos.
Ramirez comes to the storage table. Ramirez from Mexico.
125 kilos on the bar for Walter. He gets 3 white lights, successful lift at 125 kilos. Giancarlo Avila from Costa Rica will be our next lifter. 127.5 kilos on the bar in the open division. The hell, all of a sudden I start having cough attacks? What's this? Slow and smooth all the way up to lockout. 3 white lights, successful lift. Toadman Stefan from the U.S. Virgin Islands is up next. 130 kilos will be loaded on the bar. He was 2 out of 3 on his squats. Lifting in the open 93 kilo division. He's using blocks to give himself a little extra stability underneath his feet while he's benching. You can choose to have, there's 3 different sizes of blocks you can get your feet on, so you can adjust your leg angle and foot height, make yourself comfortable on the bench. He presses it. I think he had the safeties at the wrong height, because that bar went right down and laid flat on the safeties. And so they're discussing that right now, because you can't touch those safeties. That is a red light if the bar touches those safeties. So they're adjusting the safeties now, but I believe that's a bad lift unless they were at a wrong requested height. He needs to hit his light. So that'll be no lift for Todman Steffen. He'll have to retry that again on his second attempt, or make some adjustments. I believe they're going to adjust the safety heights for his second attempt. He has to make that request at the scores table. So we're going to 137.5 kilos. Jose Rodriguez from Peru. He's in the Masters 1 division. Successful on all 3 of his squat attempts. Gets the handoff. Nice and smooth up the lockout. 3 white lights. He's on the board. Perfect on the day, 4 for 4. Jeff Butt from Canada, on his second and third attempts, broke the Pan American squat record for the Masters 2 division. Now he has to get 1 successful bench, 1 successful deadlift to lock in those records. And I see him forecast on his opener to try to break the deadlift record. So he's trying to do some record breaking here, but he's got to get a successful bench in to be able to lock those totals in. So he's at 140 kilos. Presses it up, gets the rack command. Let's see what they say. Waiting for 1 light. There it goes. 2-1, good lift. The head referee called up and down on the bar. I was kind of wondering about his lockout, but it's a good lift. So in the bench press phase of this competition, he's successful in locking in those records in the squat. He's got 1 more to go in the deadlift. Moses Guerrero from Costa Rica is going to attempt the same weight. He was unsuccessful on his squat attempts, so he's not carrying forward a championship total, but he can continue to lift and get some experience and some time on the platform. So he's opening at 140 kilos. Moses, a personal trainer. Drives that up. Nice speed all the way through, up to lockout. 3 white lights. Successful lift there. We're going to keep it at 140 kilos. Nicholas Uresa from Uruguay. He made his opening squat of 205. Was unsuccessful in his next 2 attempts. So he's going to open up at 140 kilos here. He's in the Masters 2 division. He gets 3 white lights, successful lift. And he's on the board in the bench press. Kelvin Garcia, Puerto Rico, is moving the bar up to 160 kilos, perfect on the day. He's in the open division.
Kelvin Garcia. The bar is ready. 160 kilos on the bar for Kelvin.
He's opening 2.5 kilos above his competitive personal best. The referee's conferring about something real quick. Does his own lift off, gets the start command, drives it up, solid movement up, 3 white lights. He's perfect on the day, 4 for 4, 160 kilos in the bank, and that'll break his competition personal best. Wazim Muhammad from Guyana. He's going to also do a 160 kilo opener. Was successful on his second attempt squat at 240 kilos. Missed his first and third squats, but he was successful on the second. He's in the open division. Presses it up, drives it to lockout. 3 white lights, successful. So he's on the board with 160 kilos. So we're going to keep it here at 160 kilos. Carlos Patterson Griffith from Guyana did some monster squats, successful at 315 kilos on his second attempt. Going to open at 160 kilos here. Press it up, nice and smooth up to lockout. 3 white lights, he's on the board in the bench press. Abraham Miguel, Dominican Republic. Perfect on the day in the squat. Opening at 180 kilos. Just short of 400 pounds. The open division. Bars called ready. Abraham Miguel, 28 years old, been competitively lifting for 4 years. Presses it up, see what they say. 3 white lights, good lift. So he's perfect on the day. We have one more lifter, TJ Gear, Canada. 185 kilos going to be loaded up. Then we're going to go back to the top of the order for our second round benches. 407 pounds. TJ, 28 years old. I'm sorry. 31 years old, TJ. Been competitively lifting for 6 years. Gets the rack command. 3 white lights, good lift. So we're going to go back to the top of the order. And Andreas from Peru is successful on his opener at 100 kilos, jumping up to 107.5 kilos. He's in our Classic Masters 2 division.
Bars ready for Tinoco, Peru.
Andreas, 55 years old. Masters 2 is ages 50 through 59. Presses that up, fighting it. Gets it to lockout. And 2-1, good lift. One side referee either didn't like the lockout or was up and down on the bar. So we're moving to 130 kilos. Tobin Stefan missed his opener, and it was more of a technical glitch. The safeties that keep people from having the bar crush them on the face if they lose their lift were too high. He requested them apparently too high when he when he put in the request for where they're set at, and the bar, when he lowered it, sat on them, which is a technical violation, and so it was a lost lift. So he's going to retry 130 kilos. And you can see he's using the blocks for his feet to keep his, to get his leg position properly for him. Does his own lift off. Takes it down, presses it up, gets it to lockout, and he's on the board. 3 white lights with his second attempt of 130 kilos. So we're going to increase the weight 2.5 kilos to 132.5 kilos for Giancarlo Avea from Costa Rica. He's in our open division. Bar's called ready. Smoothly up to lockout. 3 white lights, 2 for 2 in the bench press. We're going to keep the weight the same on the bar. Walter Rodriguez from Colombia is in the open division. Successful at 125 kilos on his opener. Moving up to 132.5 for his second attempt. Bar is ready now. The clock doesn't start until the chief referee calls bar ready. Walter, 31 years old, 2 years of competitive experience. Presses it up, gets it to lockout. 3 white lights, good lift. Adding to that total, carrying forward. So we're going to add 10 kilos to the bar. Jeff Butts, successful at 140 kilos. Moving it up to 142.5 kilos in the Masters 2 division. Trying to keep those records locked in. Getting a successful opening attempt in the bench, so that locked in this portion of it. Now he's just got to lock in 1 successful deadlift, and he's got those records. press it up. It looked much smoother than his opener. And 3 white lights. Not sure what he adjusted there, but it worked well. Looked like he went to a little bit wider of a grip. So we're going to go to 147.5. Jose Rodriguez from Peru. Jose's lifting in the Masters 1 division. Perfect on the day. Last bench was 137.5 kilos was his opener, and it was successful. Jumping it up 10 kilos. Jose, a Masters 1 lifter, 46 years old. Drives it up. And 3 white lights, successful lift. He is perfect on the day, 5 for 5. Moses Guerrero, Costa Rica. Missed his squats, however, he's successful at 140 on the opening bench. He's going to go to 150 on his second attempt and increasing 10 kilos. Has it gotten cooler in here, or is it me?
Probably. Put some clothes on.
'Cause I never know, man. I could be like an old woman and just have hot flashes. He drives it up. Oh, not quite there. So he's got the 140 kilo opener. Couldn't quite get that 150. So we're going to keep the weight here. Nicholas Risto is from Uruguay. Successful at 140 kilos. Moving up to 150 kilos for his second attempt. He did have his opening squat at 205, and then he missed his second and third attempts in the squat. Looked like he hurt his leg on that third attempt squat. He's still out here keeping it going, working that working the bench. Hopefully has no ill effects from that. Didn't look like there were any ill effects there. That was solid. Waiting for one of the referees to lock in his light. There we go. 3 white lights, successful lift for Nikos. So now we're going up to 165 kilos for Carlos Patterson Griffith, Guyana, the open division. Successful at 160 kilos on his opener, jumping up 5 kilos. Drives it up. That was good. Cough right in the frickin' mic. Up and down on the bar, unsuccessful lift. Looked like he tweaked his elbow a little bit on the left side. So he'll have to reset, retry. No lift in his second attempt there, but he was successful in his opener at 160 kilos. So now we're going to 170 kilos. Wazim Muhammad from Guyana also. He was successful at 160 kilos, jumping up to 170. He's in the open division. Presses it up. No, not quite there. So he got his opener so far. Try to reset it on his third attempt. So now it's Kelvin Garcia from Puerto Rico, who's perfect on the day. Successful on his opener, 160 kilos. Now he's trying 172 and a half. Kelvin lifting the open division. Question him. His personal best was 152 or 160 or 158 or something like that. He's doing 172 for a second attempt? Really, dude? You're that big of a jump? So that was no lift on that. The 3 red lights. He's going to have to recycle and try it again. So now we're moving to Abraham Miguel from Dominican Republic. Perfect on the day, trying 187.5 kilos for his second attempt. Gets himself set. Drives it up, locks it out. 3 white lights, successful, perfect on the day for Abraham Miguel. The last lifter of second attempts, TJ Gear. He locked in his first round bench at 185 kilos successfully. He's moving up to 192.5 kilos. Does his own handoff, or liftoff, excuse me. Presses it up, locks it out. And 2-1, good lift. One of the side referees called a yellow, sub-yellow light, which would either be his foot or his rear end on the bench. But it's still a successful lift, and he's 4 out of 5 on the day. We go back up to the last attempts of bench, our third round attempts. Andres from Peru. He's going to try to tie his personal competitive best to 110 kilos. He's successful on his second attempt at 107.5 kilos. Andres in the Masters 2 division. Driving it up, fighting it. No, not quite there. Sometimes it just gets stuck there and it just hovers and you can't go up, can't go down, it just stays. So he'll carry forward 107.5 kilos for his championship total in the deadlift. Giancarlo Sevilla, Costa Rica. He's successful on his second attempt. Now he's moving up to 137.5 kilos for his third attempt. He's in our open division. Drives it up. Gets it to lockout. 2-1. White lights. The other one blue card, which would have been a up and down on the bar. So that's a successful lift. He went 3 for 3 in the bench, carrying forward 137.5 kilos to his total for the day on the championship. So we're going to keep the weight here at 137.5 kilos for Toadman Stefan, U.S. Virgin Islands. He successfully completed his second attempt at 130 kilos, going up to 7.5 kilos. Does his own lift off, gets the start command. Drives it up, gets it to lockout, and that is 3 white lights. Successful lift, carrying forward 137.5 kilos from the bench towards that championship total. Now we're going to 140 kilos. Walter Jesus Rodriguez from Colombia. He's already successful in his first 2 attempts at the bench. Moving the bar at 140 kilos here. Walter in the open division. Three white lights, successful lift. Going to 145 kilos, Jeff Butt, Canada. Successful on his first 2 lifts. He was in the first attempt, he did what looked like more of a narrow grip. And it seemed like on the second attempt that he went a little bit wider. I might be incorrect, but that's what it looked like from my perspective. See what he does here on the third attempt. Hey, it looks like he's grabbing that a little bit wider. Presses it up. Solid. 3 white lights. Successful lift. He's perfect on the day. 6 for 6. And his deadlift opener appears to be a Masters 2 Pan American record. So we're going to 150 kilos. Moses Guerrero from Costa Rica. Moses missed this weight on his second attempt. Now retake it, try it again. Nope, not quite there today. So Moses was successful on his first bench. However, he didn't record a squat. So he'll be able to move on to deadlift, but won't be able to get a championship total. So Jose Rodriguez from Peru, he's perfect on the day, moving his last attempted bench up to 152.5 kilos. He's already got 147.5. recorded and successfully completed. It's lifting in the Masters 1 division. The press command, getting it up, sways it up. No, they didn't like. They didn't like his foot or his rear end. I'm not quite sure on that one, but it was 2 reds. See if we can see it in the replay what exactly it was. You got the start command, pressed it. I couldn't quite see what that was. I didn't catch it there in the replay. However, it was an unsuccessful lift. So Nicholas from Uruguay, he's trying to do a Masters 2 bench record for the Pan American Masters 2. 158 kilos. Gets it locked in. Presses it up. Works it. Gets it to lockout. I believe he is a new record, and it is. So new Pan American bench record for Nicholas. But he needs to get a successful deadlift attempt recorded to lock that in, though. Gino very enthusiastic about that lift. So we're going to 165 kilos. Carlos Patterson Griffith missed 165 kilos on his last lift. Apparently he's not going to come out for this lift. He's going to let it time out. Let everybody else rest a little bit in between attempts. Of course, he's going to open up with a massive 330 kilo deadlift that he's on the books for right at the moment. Of course, that could always change. Wazim Muhammad would be the next lifter. He made his opener at 160 kilos, missed his next attempt at 170 kilos. He's going to reattempt 170 kilos. And there's the clock timed out, so we'll get the bar set up to 170 kilos now. Wazim Muhammad, the open division, Guyana. Bars called ready. Gets the press command. Nope, not quite there. He'll carry forward 160 kilos, the championship total. So we're going to go to 172.5 kilos. Calvin Garcia from Puerto Rico. Successful on his opener, 160 kilos. Made a 12.5 kilo jump up to 172.5. Missed it on his second attempt. See if he made the adjustments he needs to be successful here. Successful on all 3 of his squats. Does his own lift off. Nope, not going to move there today. So he'll carry forward 160 kilos into his championship total, and all 3 of his squats were successful. So he'll be moving on to deadlift. So we got 2 lifters left here in this 3rd bench attempt B flight 93 kilo division. Abraham Miguel's up next at 192.5 kilos. He's perfect on the day. 2nd attempt was 187.5. Got that. Now he's moving up 5 kilos. Getting himself set in there. Oh, something's not right. No, he doesn't like the way the wraps are done. They're having a discussion with him. He's going to re-wrap. I don't know if they're going to call clock on him now. The clock never started, so I don't know what's going on there. So he's going to the jury table. He's going to get the wraps discussed and see what they say.
The crowd's not happy about that. He's going to adjust his wrist wraps.
So he's going to adjust his wrist wraps. He's going to come out and get his 3rd attempt here.
Bar's ready.
So trying to stay perfect on the day. 192.5 kilos on the bar. Got to get his head back in the game here. He's got 45 seconds to get set up and get out there to the bar. His audience is getting his psych on. You hear cheers for encouragement from the crowd. Not a very happy look on his face. Drives it up. Made easy work of that. 3 white lights. He's perfect on the day. 192.5 kilos going forward. Sometimes little difficulties can increase your motivation there. That's what it looked like to me. So I just saw Chips go on the bar. TJ Greer from Canada, next lifter. The number's 195.5 kilos, which means this got to be a Pan American Open record attempt. 195.5 kilos. So he was successful at 192.5, moving it up 3 kilos. And a chip can be an advantage in the overall. Gets the start command. Presses it up. Gets it to lockout. I think that is a new Pan American record, and it is. So he carries that forward in his total. Now he's just got to lock in a deadlift to solidify that bench press record. Congratulations, TJ. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break while they set up the platform for deadlifts. We'll be back with our 83 kilo A flight. So I'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
That's where the blues are. The more you play, the better you feel out there, because you begin to play it off your mind. When you get off to yourself, then you study. That's what the blues is.
John, we're going to show you a man actually talking to a computer in a way far different than it's ever been possible to do before.
Well. That's what the blues is.
more changes lifted in the first fight, no more changes to it.
It is about 5 degrees cooler in this room than it is right outside that door. We'll put this back in the cooler.
Referees, bodybuilders, get ready. 1 minute, 40 seconds.
I'm actually getting my winter coat on because it's freaking cold in here.
As soon as you turn your volume up, you'll be live.
Huh?
As soon as you turn your volume up, you'll be live.
Okay, thank you. Did you call everybody back? Okay. Frickin' Peru too.
Bill Helming returns to the platform.
I love how his category is 84 kilo.
Where's Massey?
There he is.
Bars loaded, grip up, 80 kilos.
Welcome back. We are live here at the 2021 North American Power Federation FESUPO Pan American Regional and University Championships from Orlando, Florida. This is the beginning of the A flight for the 83 kilos. Starting off with 80 kilos. First round deadlifts. Manuel Franco. He's from Peru. Gets the down command. Sets it gently to the floor. Locks in 3 white lights and a championship total. Going to jump the bar up to 170 kilos for Alexander from Colombia. Alexander, a Masters 1 lifter. So Nick Matters, Canada, he was unsuccessful in his squat, passed all his benches, and he just declined to come out for any of his deadlifts, so he's removed himself from this championship. So that means we're going to have 10 lifters in this flight. Everybody in the A flight is an 83 kilo lifter. And then the different subdivisions from that. Alexander ready to go here. Alexander gets that up to lockout, gets the down command. And a successful lift, 3 white lights. David Medilla from the Dominican Republic. He's perfect on the day, 6 for 6. Opening up with 187.5 kilos.
187.5 on the bar.
And David in the open division. Trying to get that collar to work properly as they get the bar loaded up and ready to go. Sometimes the tightening adjuster gets stuck on there and they have to play around with it to get it to operate properly. And so we've got the bar ready. The down command. 3 white lights, successful lifts. And he's perfect on the day, 7 for 7. Jumping the bar to 205 kilos, the open division. Marcos Imar from Uruguay. Gets that up to lockout. 3 white lights, championship total locked in. Kevin Min, Canada, perfect on the day, opening with 215 kilos. It's in the Pan American Classic Junior and University Classic divisions. Bar called ready. Smoothly up. And 3 white lights, successful. Continues perfect on the day. Byron Vargas, Costa Rica, also perfect on the day. Same divisions. Opening at 225 kilos.
Bars ready, Byron Vargas, Costa Rica, 496 on the bar.
Opening attempt just short of 500 pounds. Gets that up and locked out. And waiting for one referee light. There it is. 3 white lights. Good lift. Perfect on the day continues.
496. Bars ready.
Kevin Steiger from Canada, opening at 225 kilos also. He's 5 out of 6 for the day. Missed his final bench press. Made his first 2. Kevin in the Masters 1 division. It's 83 kilo flight.
Steiger, 3 white lights.
3 white lights, good lift. Championship total locked in. Moving up to 250 kilos, 551 pounds.
Bars ready. Juan Alvin.
Juan Alvin from Uruguay. Perfect on the day so far. It's in the junior, Pan American Junior Classic and the University Classic. Currently in the first place in that division, if he can lock this in. Brings that up. Three white lights. His total is locked in.
Ron Williams, 262.5 from the bar from Costa Rica.
Ron Williams, Costa Rica. Has been perfect on the day so far.
Bars ready.
Opening attempt, 262.5. He's in the open division. Went 6 for 6 in the first 2 lifts.
Come on. Come on.
Gets that up. Made easy work of it. 3 white lights. Championship total locked in. Gonna build from here. So we got one more lifter in our A flight, and we're gonna go back to the top of the order. Go to 270 kilos for Diego Ramirez, Mexico.
Bars loaded. Ramirez, Mexico.
Diego gets that up, locked out. Successful lift, 3 white lights. He locked in his championship total. And we're back to the top of the order. Second round deadlifts. 82.5 kilos for Manuel from Peru. Manuel lifting in the Masters 1 division.
Bars ready. Antonio, Francisco.
Manuel was successful with that lift. 3 white lights at 82.5 kilos. Moving up to 180 kilos, also in the Master 1 division. Alexander Avila. He's from Colombia. He was successful at 170 kilos, moving up 10 kilos to 180. Brings it up, locks it out. 3 white lights, successful lift. Keeps adding to that total. Bar moves up to 202.5 kilos for our open division lifter from the Dominican Republic, David Milata. David perfect on the day so far. David gets it up, locked out. Successful lift at 202, stays perfect on the day for David. Marcos Irmir from Uruguay, moving the bar up to 217.5 kilos. He's an open division competitor. Successful at 205 kilos on his opener. Gets himself ready to go. Gets it up, locks it out, and successful lift, 3 white lights. Keep building that total. Kevin Min, Canada, perfect on the day. Jumping up to 227.5. Nailed his opener at 215 kilos. He's in 2 categories, the Pan American Classic Junior and the University Classic. Kevin gets that up quickly, back down with the down command, 3 white lights, stays perfect on the day. 1 more attempt left. Jumping the bar to 235 kilos. Kevin Steiger from Canada. Kevin was successful on his opening attempt at 225 kilos. Kevin in the Masters 1 division. Gets that up, locked out, and 3 white lights, successful lift. Kevin's got 1 more lift to go here. He's 7 out of 8 for this championship so far. So Byron Vargas from Costa Rica is our next lifter, 245 kilos on the bar, perfect on the day so far. Doubling up 2 divisions again, Pan American Classic Junior and the University Classic. Currently in 2nd position in both those categories. See what the referees say. We got 2-1. 2 whites and 1 red. Not sure what the red light was for, as a yellow light indicated, which would have been some procedural error. I didn't quite catch it, possibly beating the down command. So it was a successful lift anyways, and he stays perfect on the day. Juana Ben from Uruguay, also perfect on the day, has the bar loaded at 265 kilos. First place in the Classic American Junior and the University Cup, and he just builds onto that total. 3 white lights, perfect on the day. 1 more to go. We're going to jump the bar to 180 kilos for the last 2 lifters. Ronald Williams, Costa Rica. Already successful at 262.5. Currently in first place in the Open.
He's looking for a Pan American here with a full and total.
Gets it up to lockout. See if the referee saw anything in that lift. Nope, 3 white lights, good lift. So he's perfect on the day, Ronald. Got 1 more to go. And Diego Ramirez from Mexico, taking the same weight. Successful at 170 kilos on his opener. Diego gets himself set. No, not happening there. But he's got 1 more chance at it as we move to the top of the order for our 3rd attempt deadlifts. Manuel from Peru jumping his weight up to 120 kilos. Second attempt was 82 kilos. All of a sudden he's decided to put a little weight on the bar. Diego Ramirez, who is the last lifter, has passed on his 3rd attempt, so he won't even be coming out for his 3rd attempt. He's done for the day. Makes 120 kilos look easy for Manuel. And 3 white lights. And he's successful in his last lift. So I believe he's the bronze medalist in the Masters 1 division. So Alexander from Colombia, lifting 190 kilos. He's also a Masters 1 lifter. He's got the silver medal solidified. He's just doing a little add to his total if he can get this 190 kilos. Fights it up, gets it to lockout, gets the down command, and 3 white lights for that battle. went 3 for 3 in the deadlift, and a silver medal in the Masters 1 division.
Marco Skinner, Uruguay, 220 kilos on the bar.
220 kilos on the bar. Marcos Emir from Uruguay. Successful on his first 2 attempts. He's in the open category. Gets that bar moving, up to lockout. And good lift. So he goes 3 for 3 on the day in deadlifts. Well, finishes out his championship. Gonna add 7.5 kilos to David from the Dominican Republic. David's perfect on the day so far in the open division. 501 pounds, 227.5 kilos. Bar's called ready. Third lift deadlifts. They clean the bar in between each and every lifter. Make sure the conditions are exactly the same for each person. Getting some shouts of encouragement from his countrymen in the audience. Gets it up, locks it out. And he is perfect on the day, 9 for 9. So Kevin Min moving the bar to 140 kilos. So Kevin trying to pull this to move into the gold medal position with 2 lifters behind him in the University Cup. Nope, slipped out of his hand, no lift. So I see a chip on the bar. Kevin Steiger from Canada, 250.5 kilos. So this is a Masters 1 Pan American record. Successful at 235 kilos, going for the record here. 250.5. I believe that's around 552, 553 pounds as a loose conversion. Gets it up, locks it out. A strange smile on his face. And a new Pan American deadlift record he gets to travel home with. And a Masters 1 gold medal. So congratulations, Kevin. Byron Vargas, Costa Rica, trying to stay perfect on the day. 255 kilos. Loading up that bar. Gets that up. See what the referees say.
The lift is 3 white.
No lift up and down on the bar. So no lift there. He carries forward 265 kilos towards his total. I believe he's the gold medalist, even though the computer's showing him in second place. I think he had enough to make the gold medal. But we'll sort that out as soon as the round is over. Juan Albin, Uruguay, 280 kilos. This is your gold medalist. So he was in second. Byron is in second, silver medal for the Pan American Classic Junior and University Cup. So Juan Albin is doing a victory lap, 280 kilo attempt here as the gold medalist. Gets it moving, gets it up, locks it out, and adds to that total 3 white lights, successful lift, and a gold medal. One lifter left in this A flight, and we move right to the B flight. Ronald Williams, Costa Rica. Perfect on the day so far. It's one of those curvy numbers, 293 kilos he's putting on the bar, which would mean that it's a Pan American Open 83 kilo deadlift record. And this will also give him the total record. So here he goes. The room kind of got quiet there. There, they give him some encouragement. Gets it up, and the lift is no, up and down on the bar, and a yellow card. I'm not sure what that would be for. Beating the down command. So no lift. His manager runs over. His coach goes over to the jury table to discuss it and say, guys, hey. So the jury's gonna discuss it, and we'll see what happens here. Until then, we're gonna start our B flight, which is the 93 kilo group, and 150 kilos. So back to that record attempt. Robert Keller's going to go talk to the different referees and discuss what's going on, and they're not going to have any lifting going on until they figure it out here. So what you're seeing there is the Masters 1 Pan American record. But Ronald is trying to get the 2 red lights overturned for a open record, both in deadlift and total. So we'll see what happens. Jury's still deliberating. So what you're seeing on the screen are some replays from earlier. So apparently the jury's not going to overrule the referees, and that'll be no lift for that final record attempt. So unfortunately, he doesn't carry forward any of those records, but he gave it a heck of a try. So now we're moving into our B flight, which is the 93 kilo division in all the subdivisions. We're going to start off with 150 kilos. And that's Andreas from Peru. And that's his lockout. And 3 white lights. He's good there. Okay. So now we'll move the bar up to 200 kilos. Staying in the Masters 2 division, 93 kilo class. Nicholas. All right, they're halting operations here. They're halting operations. I'm not sure what's going on here. They're having discussions about something. Find out it. Get it to you as soon as we find out. So bear with us while everything gets sorted out here. As of right now, Nicholas from Uruguay needs to pull this 200 kilos, which is on the bar currently, sitting on the floor. He needs that to lock in his bench press record, which he did on his 3rd attempt of benches. Nicholas opened the squats at 205 kilos, went to 220, and then redid 220 and hurt his leg on that 3rd squat attempt. Don't know if it was a squat or hurt himself, but then he benched just fine, setting a record at 158 kilos. So let's see how he pulls this 200 kilos. He's out on the platform. See if he has any ill effects from that squat. So he needs this to lock in that bench record. Oh, he made easy work of that. You can see some ill effects on his leg, but he might have dropped that to make it where it's possible for him to do it, even hurt. So he locks in that bench record. See if he continues in this championship or if he just calls it a day. Not bad to take a Pan American bench record, Masters 2, home with you in the bank. So we're going to 215 kilos. Walter Rodriguez from Colombia. It's in the open division. Gets it up, locks it out. 3 white lights, good lift. Tudman Steffens from the U.S. Virgin Islands. 227.5 kilos, 501 pounds. Open division. Trying to lock in that total. Bar called ready. Muscles that up. See what the referees say. Good lift, 3 white lights. He's like barnyard strong. His technique sucks, but he's barnyard strong. Jose Rodriguez, 237.5 kilos. Jose in the Masters 1 division. Currently in the first place position. Gets that moving up the lockout. It's the down command and 3 wide lights. I believe that locks in his first place in the Masters 1 division, 93 kilo. Let me double check that though. Yes, that does. Giancarlo Avila from Costa Rica. It's in the open division. Opening with 255 kilos. Gets that moving up, locks it out. Waiting for something. There he goes. Gets the down command. And waiting for 1 light. 2-1. Sub yellow light on a red card. But it's a good lift. So we're going to stay at 255 kilos. Moses Guerrero from Costa Rica. He's not going to be able to get a championship total. He missed his 3 squats. He's going to open up at 255 here. Drives it up. Down command. And 3 white lights. Good lift. Now we got chips. Jeff Butt, who already has the record in the squat, Pan American Masters 2 record, has to pull a record. So this is his opener. 255.5 kilos in the deadlift to lock in his squat record, which is the same number. So pulling a record to lock in a record, which will add 1 more record to him. Oh, he makes easy work of that. I'd be curious to know if he had touched the totals record, which I can't look up right at the moment, but it definitely locked in both the deadlift and squat records. I suspect that might also have locked in a totals record. If not, he'll probably be really close to it. So now we go to Calvin Garcia from Puerto Rico, starting off 260 kilos. Gets that moving up to lockout. Down command. 3 white lights. Locks in his championship total in the open division.
3 lights. Bars ready for Abraham. 260 kilos on the bar.
Abraham Miguel from the Dominican Republic. Same weight. Trying to stay perfect on the day. 6 for 6 in the first 2 disciplines. Gets that moving up the lockout smoothly. And that is a good lift. So his perfect day continues. Championship total locked in. Wazim Muhammad from Guyana, moving the bar up to 275 kilos. He got one squat in, one bench in. Now he's trying to get at least one deadlift in. They're calling him off the platform for something. I'm not quite sure where. Oh, his socks. He's got to pull his socks up. You have to have those shins covered. So that way protects you from getting your shins bloodied and blood on the bar when you pull. Pulls that, makes easy work of that. 3 white lights. He locks in his championship total. See if he can add to it. Was unsuccessful in adding to it in his first squat. In his squats and benches. Hope he can do better in the deadlifts and get that second and third attempts in. So TJ Gear needs to nail this opener to lock in his bench record. Opening at 290 kilos. Gets that up and moving. Locks it out. Nice and soft coming down. 3 white lights. His bench record is secure. Pan American Open bench record of 195.5. So now we go Carlos Patterson Griffith, Guyana. He's trying to lock in that total. Opening at 330 kilos. Clean the bar for him. He's opening up at 727 pounds.
Replay.
All right, they're discussing something. That might be a question about whether he has soles on the bottom of his lifting shoes, his deadlift shoes. You have to have a sole on the bottom of your lifting shoes. So we'll see. He's going to time out here. See if his coach talks to the jury about this. Not quite sure what happened there. But no lift. Ah, okay. He just had socks on. You have to have your lifting, deadlift shoes have to have a sole on them. And those were just socks, apparently. So he'll reset. Do it on the second and try it again on the second attempt. A little frustration going on there. So Nicholas from Uruguay, after locking in his bench press record at 158 kilos in the Masters 2 division, called it a day. He hurt his leg, so he got that first deadlift in. He said, that's enough for me. I'm going to go heal up and console myself with a Pan American Masters 2 bench record. Andreas from Peru, moving the bar up to 170 kilos for his second attempt. He's got the bronze medal locked up in the Masters 2 93 kilo class. Fighting it up, working it. Gets it down command. And good lift. So he adds to his total. Already got the bronze medal locked up in the Masters 2 division. Walter Jesus Rodriguez from Colombia. Gonna move the bar up to 225 kilos in the open division. Successful on his opening attempt at 215. Gets it up and moving. Locks it out. 3 white lights, successful lift, 225 kilos. Congratulations, Walter. 1 more attempt to go. Tom and Stefan, 245 kilos on the bar. Trying to add that total. Locked it in at 227.5. This will move him from the 6th position to the 5th position, if not just temporarily. Gets it moving. Gets it up. Down command. And 3 white lights. Good lift. So Jose Rodriguez, Masters 193 kilo lifter. 247.5 kilos on the bar. He's got the gold medal wrapped up in the Masters 1 division. Just adding to that championship total.
Come on. Come on.
Gets it up to lockout. Brings it down. 3 white lights. Good lift. Yeah, it's 10 more kilos to that championship total. Giancarlo Avila, 93 kilo open lifter, putting 265 kilos on the bar. Went 3 for 3 in the bench, trying to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift. Got his opener. This, of course, his 2nd attempt. Gets it moving. Gets it up. Looks like he's hitching that up. This isn't strongman or CrossFit. Got to do it smoothly. Can't ramp it up your legs or hitch it up to the top. So no lift. Got to work on that technique a little bit for his 3rd attempt. So Jeff Butt from Canada already locked in a couple records. Now he's trying to move some of these out to the distance of the moon. Of course, you can only set Pan American records at the Pan American Championships. So they're not every year. So if you can solidify some records here, they sometimes stand for a while. So he's trying to move it up in the Masters 2 division. Put some of these where they're hard to attain. Gets it up, locks it out. By the way, he is perfect on the day, even with this one. 3 for 3, 3 white lights. So he's 8 for 8 on the day. I would call that a good day so far with 1 to go. Moses Guerrero from Costa Rica, trying 270 kilos. Successful in his opener. Does not have a championship total. Didn't complete a squat. Lifting for pride.
Moises Guerrero, Costa Rica.
Gets it off the ground, gets it moving. Oh, stuck at the knees right there. Couldn't get it to lock out. See if he tries that again in the third attempt or if he calls it a day. We'll find out. Moving it to 275 kilos. Kelvin Garcia, Puerto Rico. He successful on his opener, 260 kilos.
Kelvin Garcia, 606 pounds from Puerto Rico.
Currently in 4th position in the Open. If Carlos and Pedersen Griffith can get his opener, that would move Calvin to 5th place. He's currently showing 4th place. But he just added to the total there with 3 white lights and a good lift. So he's having a good day, keeping that total growing. So the bar jumps up to 280 kilos. Abraham Miguel, Dominican Republic. Perfect on the day, trying to stay that way. Increased 20 kilos over his opener. Currently in 2nd position. With the stipulation of Carlos from Guyana. Otherwise, he would be in the bronze medal position. We'll find out here at the end of this round. Gets that locked out, and good lift. Adding 2.5 kilos to that, up to 282.5 kilos for Wazim Muhammad from Guyana. Gets it up, shakes it up to the top, locks it out. Good lift, 3 white lights. So TJ Gear attempting 305 kilos. Already locked in his record bench press. Successful on his opener, 290 kilos. Adding 15 kilos up to 305. In the placement it says 1st place, but that's only because Carlos hasn't had a successful lift yet. Gets that up to lockout. Nice and softly back to the floor. 3 white lights, good lift. Now let's see what Carlos Patterson Griffith can do from Guyana. He had that shoe issue. 330 kilo attempt here. So you get the plates set and ready to go. So he changed, he's actually coming out in his squat shoes. Which changes your lifting dynamics slightly. Hopefully that won't affect his pulling. Oh, he gets that up, pulls it up. Didn't look like it affected him at all. And that is 3 white lights. And he moves right into 1st place in the overall championships. So 3rd round deadlifts, the B Flight 93 kilo championship. So that solidified the gold medal for Carlos from Guyana. He locked that up with that pull. He's still got one attempt to go, and he's over a 805 kilo total. And second place isn't in touching distance of that.
Ready for Chinoco.
So we're back up to Andres from Peru, attempting 185 kilos, and he says, "Nah, I'm done. I think my back and body is done with this for the day." So Andreas will take home the bronze medal in the Masters 2 division. Toadman Stefan from the USVI,
Walter.
250 kilos, attempting 551 pounds. It's in the open division.
Bars ready.
Whoop, excuse me. Let's change that. This is Walter from Colombia, 240 kilos. I got one lifter ahead of myself. Gets it up to his knees, keeps it moving, up, locks it out. Let's see what they say. Sets it down gently. And 3 white lights, good lift. So he locks in, going 8 for 9 on the day. Locks in that 240 kilo deadlift to his total.
Stefan.
Now Tobin Steffens from the U.S. Virgin Islands, 250 kilos, 551 pounds. It's in the open 93 kilo division. Currently at 620 kilo total, so move him up to 625 if it's successful. Gets it up. Oh no, couldn't hold it at the top, lost his balance. He seems to be okay. Do a little acrobatic roll as he gets himself back up and standing.
Jose.
So we're going to recenter the bar, put 255 kilos on the bar on the platform for Masters 1 gold medalist Jose Rodriguez from Peru. Jose's currently 7 out of 8, trying to go 8 for 9. He's already got the Masters 1 gold medal wrapped up. You can call this a victory lap attempt, or just trying to hit those goals at a certain total personal best. Gets it up and moving. Locks it out. Strained smile on his face. Good lift. Giancarlo Avella, Costa Rica, missed 265 on his second attempt. Going to retry it again.
Bars ready, Giancarlo.
Giancarlo in the open division, trying to add to that total. Gets it up and moving. He hitched last time and ramped it. Let's see what they say. No lift. We had up and down on the bar. No lockout. And I think some ramping. So, not quite there. Very close. If he hasn't already had that, cleaned up the technique, and he'll get that shortly. Moses Guerrero, Costa Rica. Missed 270 on his second attempt. Going to reattempt it again here. He's not going to have a championship total. Last time he got it up to about his knees and kind of stalled out there. Let's see if he can fix his technique a little bit. Nope. Floor magnets wouldn't let it go. Otherwise known as gravity gremlins. So now we're going to move to 276.5. So this has got to be for a totals record in the Masters 2 Pan American Championships. So if he gets this, he'll be perfect on the day, 9 for 9. He'll end up taking 3 out of 4 records. Pacing in the back like a caged lion. Gets out to the bar. Rips it off the floor, gets it moving. And the lift is good. 9 for 9. A whole box full of records that he's going to carry back to Canada with him. So now we're going to move to Wazam Mohammed from Guyana, 290 kilos. He's in the 4th place position in the Open. Trying to add to his total here. His current total 682.5, trying to move up to 690. Gets the shakes. No, not quite there. That was close though. So he'll finish this championship in 4th place and a 682.5 total. Calvin Garcia is going to try 292.5. He's trying to move up from 5th place to 4th place with this pull. If he can pull this, he will jump over Wasman into 4th place. He's currently in 5th place. So this is a pull for position, pull for pride. You're going to hear the shouts of encouragement from the crowd. And no, he tried a Hail Mary, wasn't quite there, but you got to go for it if there's nothing to lose. So he ends up taking 275 in the deadlift and a total of 675 home with him. So the rest of the positions are solidified. 3rd, all the medals, bronze, silver, and gold. Oh, let me take that back. They're not. This is a pull to move from the bronze to the silver position. This is Abraham Miguel. Looked like he hitched that up to the top. We'll see what the referees say. Now lift, hitching it all the way up. You can't bounce it up and down to get it up there using momentum to finish out your lift. So he ends up with a 737.5 kilo total. So we're going to get some change games going here. So I think TJ Gear is going to drop his weight to something reasonable. We'll find out here in a second when they update the computer.
706 pounds for TJ here. Change. All right, we're ready. We're ready.
So just so long as you get that change in before they call the bar ready, you get some changes here. So we're at 320 kilos for TJ. Gets it up. See what they say. Good lift. And that gives him a championship total of 768 kilos and a solid silver medal.
Pan-American, North American, and Commonwealth champs. Pan-American total, 782 pounds. Carlos.
All right, Carlos Patterson Griffith trying to lock in a couple different records here with this 355 kilo pull. Totals record, and I believe a deadlift record.
Bar is ready, loaded. Carlos
So
here.
355 kilo attempt here.
And 83 pounds. Let's hear for our final deadlift here.
This is the final lift of the morning session. Looks like he changed his shoes again. He's not in his squat shoes. He's got some wrestling shoes, which are a little lower to the ground. Gets your heels down a little bit. Doesn't push your weight as far forward. Gives you a more balanced position when you're pulling. Gets it up. Nope, not there. So he gave it a ride, not quite there. Still totals out 105 kilos. And the gold medal.
Please give us 5 or 10 minutes for the awards.
And so we'll be back this afternoon for the afternoon session. We want to thank you for tuning in. You can look at all the results on liftingcast.com. That's where live results happen, even as we're going through the championships. You can follow it live on your computer. So we'll be back shortly, and for the afternoon session, y'all enjoy. Food, please.
That's where the blues are. The more you play, the better you feel out there, because you begin to play it off your mind. When you get off to yourself, then you see you studying. That's what the blues is.
John, we're going to show you a man actually talking to a computer in a way far different than it's ever been possible to do before.
Well.